Hello! Happy Wednesday! How is everyone doing? Hi, hey Oliver! How you doing? Alright, so today we're gonna do more Shadowbringers MSQ. However, before we get started with that, I do have my role quest to do. So let's start with that and then we'll go with MSQ. So this one is in Crystarium. Let's start with that. Is that easier? Destination. This one. Hi Frankaboom, how are you doing? How has your day been so far? Hi Rockyvari. Mida menee? Hi Finnish Slowpoke. How is everyone? Lou Reek's customary seat is empty, and there is nothing to suggest he has occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing. I'm good, thank you. I love that aiming chest. I sometimes wear it with exarchic aiming legs for the cute thigh straps. Oh, nice. Hi Asterin, how are you doing? Question people. Why do I have so many red quests here? Oh, are those all the different roles? Oh, that might be it. Home office work while idling in Gridania. Doing well getting the workday started. Hope everyone is doing well. I am doing well at least. I hope everyone else is too. Alright. Good luck with work with everyone. Lou Reed? The Mistal Lordling? If he ain't sat at his usual table, then I've no idea where else to look. Okay. Okay. Looking for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shite anymore. Last I saw him, he was moping about like someone had shot his Amaro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. Oh boy. Calusia, right? You're Lou Reek's partner. I was with Lanbird, remember? Was, I ought to stress, because after we left you, we headed straight to Raktika. We'd heard a rumor Andrea was there, and Lanbird wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Lanbird fall, and when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled. Call me a coward if you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked, wide, I still remember looking back as I ran and seeing Lambert rise to his feet. I told everyone what had happened to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but a few bloody fools took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles, and not a one of them has returned. Didn't expect Lou Reek to be one of them either. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I presume. Good luck, friend. But have no doubt that you're going to your doom. Well, that sounds good. Let's go to our doom then. The music. I love this music so much. I don't want to leave this place. Well, there you are. What happened to you? Kat, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible. It's horrible. Andrea, she's... Oh, we're going somewhere again. Rendare, if aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest, alone, as you yourself faced Balam Quits a century ago on this very ground. Lambert? Oh gods, no. Don't tell me. You beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you? I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours. Though I can't understand why you kept using it every time we ran into Andrea. I can't control when it happens. Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately. Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She turned Lambert and those other hunters into sin eaters like herself. A Hume axeman, a Gulg swordsman, a dwarven healer, and an elven mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Balamquez. But Rendare slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that. What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong? God, strike me down. I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said, Kat. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I could even tell you why I did what I did. It's fine. Thank you, my friend. I hope it is alright if I call you that. Of course. Right then. Andrea should be around here somewhere. Still on the hunt for Palanquets, I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Lambert and the others are with her too. He and I may have had our differences, but I'd not wish that fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Brenda Ray most of all. She is my hero, and if I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But this is too much for even the best hunter to handle alone. And I am far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you? Together! Ha! I ask for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gatetown and let Miss Olvara know all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you. In Kalushu. Right. Well, that's great. That actually takes me closer to my MSQ. Hi, Maida. How you doing? I am doing my role quest before we get started with the MSQ. Because my role quest is now at the same level as my MSQ. First stream I'll catch in a while. That's awesome! I'm so happy to have you here. Was I able to climb that? Probably not. No, that's too steep. I prayed hard that my professor will cancel the lecture. Thank God he did. Yay! Olvara. Kat, what a pleasure to see you again, and in the company of little Rig no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up? I should like to think so, yes. And it is all thanks to you. Had you not implored her to give me another chance, I might well still be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I am glad that you did. Miss Olvara is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being, but she has no one to look after her. Don't be silly, Rig. I have you, don't I? It's level 77. My MSQ and my role quest are both 78. And before you start blabbering about how you wished you could properly reward Kat, as I can tell you're about to, know that I've prepared a hearty meal just for her. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we have claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall, for you united, Rig and Kat are unstoppable, is what I would like to say, but I know my own limitations better than anyone. It would be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. Oh, getting close to the ending. I know. We're close. I don't think it's gonna happen this stream though. So it's probably gonna be on Monday. We'll never know. I feel like every stream I've gotten one level forward. And if I'm now at 78, I doubt I'm gonna hit 80, but I don't know. We'll see. You too should see to it that you're ready for the struggle ahead. It will be a mighty one indeed, but one well worth the effort, my friend. Risotto al Nero. Since when does Nero cook? It would take more than 4 hours, definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that the end of Shadowbringers will be on Monday. But we'll see. We'll get as far as we'll get. Oh, right, I can grab the next one. I'm gonna grab this one, but I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm gonna do it once my MSQ is at that level. Or around that time, I think, maybe. Lou Reek wishes to confront an uncomfortable truth. An uncomfortable truth. Kat, my friend, my partner. I trust you already? Good, good. That is very good indeed. For before we depart to face Andrea for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession to make. I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours. Uh-huh. I gather you were not unaware of this. Truly, you are as perceptive as you are mighty. In my defense, I must say that when I realized what an exceedingly powerful warrior you truly are, I was dumbstruck. I struggled to conceive of how even to broach the subject. Furthermore, I must admit that great majority, nigh all of our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit, that the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think that my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers, where before we might have only to contend with one foe, we must now confront 5. And for all my preparation, I am still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Olvara while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem. Recall Yurendare's greatest strength and weakness, her preternatural hearing. We can be reasonably certain that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you were to fashion a device that could produce a loud noise at will, you could use it to secure an advantage in your battle. What I lack in strength of arms, I may make up for with guile. While it will not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer. Hi. 1,000 pardons, Master Reek, but I am come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Daddy? What does he want with me now? It has come to your Lord Father's attention that you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh dear. Oh, poor dude. You may tell my father and my mother the following. That I am Lou Reek, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin-eaters, that I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do as they deem fit. Tell them that if they have no son, then I have no parents, that I have no family save Miss Olvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Master Reek. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. And put the same attitude into it. Right. Now that that's settled, we can get to work crafting that giant noisemaker of ours. Let us consult with the craftsman of the crystalline mean at once. I dare say you lit a fire in him, Cat. I never thought I'd see the day when he'd muster the courage to say anything like that to his parents. Now I kind of want to go continue that. But I think... my MSQ is here, though. Oh my god, how do I get there? I think it's easier if I go to this town and then there. Yeah, let's do that. Tomer. Oh, the music change. Was it so that in this area I'm only missing... Yep, just missing the MSQ, okay. It's not this one, is it? No, we don't get flying here yet. Final bar line is dropping tomorrow and I'm so excited for it. Oh really? That's tomorrow? Oh, that's so cool. There is so much Final Fantasy goodness. My god, that barding was kind of cool. The game focused on Final Fantasy music hits different when you've played 90% of the series. That is true. That is true. I mean, I haven't played that much, but I can see that. Hi! Guess what I replaced with my wave in my hotbars? It's Lally-Ho time! Moi Karudetski, mitä menee? I'm waiting for Octopath 2 so much. Oh, that's coming too? So much good stuffs. Lally-Ho! Yeah, that's now my default wave here. Mitäs tässä? Nice. Yeah. Ishtola. MSQ time. Let's go. Rest assured it is not difficult. Simply raise your hand and focus as you would when attuning to an aetherite. Considering I just learned Lally-Ho, my mind went there right away. I've been AFK for 2 hours. Wow. Watch the previous VOD? Awesome. So you're all caught up. Simply raise your hand and focus. Lally-Ho! Imbue the jade-colored stone here, if you would be so kind. By the way, I have lost the habit of talking to people. Yet again, that which was bequeathed by the departed paveth the way for the living. Oh, Orionche, how I like you. Full many have placed their hopes in our plan, both those who are here and those who could not be. We must not fail them. Go on and do your imbuing. I'll see to it the stones are put to good use. Hi, Runar. We should be honored, Cat. Sure. Tristal. I'd been so frightened for so long. If there's anything I can do for you and yours, just say the word. I think that's all of them. Yeah. Alright. cartoon. I'm in the box. Oh, that's not good. The familiar-looking heartstone appears to glow faintly. That will do. Thank you, Cat. If this heartstone appears familiar, it is because it belonged to Tadia. It bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, the hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to Sin Eaters. Hi, Mr. Asos, how are you doing? Right, I've identified the spots on the talus where the stones are needed. See that they're amply imbued, then install them as I've indicated on this diagram. Understood. We will set about the task at once. When the talus awakens and the way to Mount Gulg is secured, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what rest you can in the meantime. We will see you soon. A moment, Urianger. You said that you would have measures ready in the event that our friend fails to contain the light. Do you? Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I trust you, Urianger. So what's the plan exactly? I want to know the plan. Tell me. You're not going to tell me, are you? To my deepest regret, I cannot reveal the plan to thee. In order for it to succeed, it is vital that thou remainest ignorant of its nature until the time is right. Yet though I may thus keep my counsel, know that I have only thy safety at heart. So rest easy, my friend, and take such ease as thou mayest, the better to be ready for the trials to come. Had no idea Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line even existed. Such a good idea. The series is filled with bangers. Oh my god, yes. This whole series is just full of good music. I am told the rock for the chassis is more or less ready. All quarried and shaped and laid out. That just leaves the imbuers to do their work. I'll continue checking my calculations up until the very last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Norvrant. Why am I struggling today? For this endeavor. That's a remarkable feat in itself, but will it be enough? I get colors. I can craft colors though. When I want them, so I'll take the Gulg. Hi Gabs, how are you doing? How has your day been so far? Oddly, the Theater Rhythm series is played by lots of people who aren't FF fans too. It can be played offline co-op and online co-op. Oh, that's nice. Not bad? Awesome. A breath of respite. Shy Nurse is looking not a little anxious. Oh my god, that emo. God, there's no point worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest, as your friends suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and Cat? Thank you. There's a triple triad card. How hard? Look, I got amazing cards from a big happy lady. Oh, do you have some too? We should play. Sure. Let's go with recommended. What is Fallen Ace? This took a turn. I'm sorry. So, turns out that nowadays... Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Nowadays, when I see a triple triad card, I cannot go past it. I have to go and get it. Triple triad music, it's the best. There we go, Lord and Lady Chai card. See, worth it. Worth it, so worth it. Nice. What does it look like? Gold saucer, card list. Where did it go? Ooh, 9. Here. Aww. Not a good card, but it's cute. You got the Griffin? I've got a lot of cards. Well, I mean, if you look at the total, 78 out of 373. I am missing a few. The quotes? Isn't that right, darling? Oh, yes, yes, of course, dearest. Quite right. Hey! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. I have 94. I took I don't remember where I was in the game. I think I was still in ARR when I got really hooked on the triple triad here. Then I took a long break. And by long break, I mean through Heavensward, Stormblood, and up until now. Now I've picked it up again, and I'm at the point where whenever I see a card, I cannot go past it without grabbing it. If you collect all, you get a card mount. Oh, I'm gonna collect all. Eventually. See, I keep saying this is a game where I want to do absolutely everything. My completionist brain is so in heaven with this game at all times. There's a lot to do though, so it's gonna take me a while. But I will do everything if it kills me. So, we got the card. Awesome. Where's my MSQ? Speak with Dulia! I love her. Where is she? Here? Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. There are so many things to do. I know. And I also have an alt, so I'm doing everything twice. Hello, Julia. The Exarch. He went outside a moment ago, my dear. I would have thought you'd have seen him. Good stream so far? Yay! Happy to hear that! Also on live data center, but on Twintania. Oh, that's awesome! So yeah, if anyone's new here, whenever we do group content, it's always an open invitation. If you want to join, let us know and we will invite you to the party if there is space. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Hi Ruby Metal, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I love Dulia, I love her too. I'm also on live, but on alpha. Oh, awesome. Anyway, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he would be fine. I do hope he's alright. I'm fine, and you? I am good. So last week I was sick. I had a fever and I was coughing and I was stuffy and my throat hurt and all of that. So I'm now fine, but my voice is not 100% back yet, so if I sound like I have the flu, it's because of last week. I really want to join on the next one. I didn't join the last 3 times just so I can join this. Alright. Okay, Maida. You got it. We'll see when Blue gets here, because he finally... I'm kind of actually impressed that it took him this long to ask me, but he finally asked me, don't do any MSQ dungeons and trials without me. So if we're gonna hit a dungeon before he gets here, we're gonna have to do something else in between. Because I did promise to wait. But anyways, he should be here soon though, so should be fine. Ooh, here. By the way, I'm also an FF14 player on Light, but on Twintania. Oh my god, awesome! If there is space, I would also like to join. Okay. He knows how much I love the next content. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Search for the Crystal Exarch. Oh, there we go. Fellow Light players. Yay! So great that there's so many of us here. The Exarch does not appear to be nearby. I see. We're gonna have to find another spot, and I'm gonna have to remember that this spot is now something that I've checked. Shoebill. Why can I talk to you? The Exarch does not appear to be anywhere in the vicinity. There is only the Shoebill, gazing unflinchingly southward. Are you telling me that this is the direction in which I should go to? I got you. Thanks for the tip. I love Shadowbringers. I'm always glad to help if needed. Ooh, sounds like we're gonna have a full party. Is he behind that thing? Hello. What happened to you? Are you okay, dude? I'm gonna pet you. You're gonna be okay. Take some food. You'll feel better. And then feel good. Nalio.
The future is where my destiny awaits. Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away.
Didn't know
It
that
has
that's a
been
thing
quite
that
a
you can
journey.
do.
But thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
I'll settle matters with the Empire. What I always do, seek out mightier foes. Rest a while. I don't know.
Well, you needn't hurry to decide. I was merely curious to know what sort of future lay in store for a hero with her life ahead of her. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness.
I like his voice.
Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
I know, you want to go to the island sanctuary. That's true! That is true! That is true. I should have said rest a while, because resting is going to there and to... Whoa. I might be gone for a while. He's an actor, Jonathan Bailey. Oh. Has he been in anything that I would recognize? What will you do when this is over?
When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own, about my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure, and if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle. The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
Real subtle lyrics on. No. Alright. No! Go away. See, the bird was helpful. See, I noticed that. I noticed that he was telling me where to go. Love him. Good boy. Lalio! That's just gonna be my default hey now. Worry not, my friend. I am much revived for the fresh air, and you find company. And your fine company, of course. Now then, let us turn to our tasks. No, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. I was cutting corners. Oh? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source. Oh, making me talk. I see. Your Radiance, I have taken the liberty of quashing the vile rumors that your heir is possessed by a devil. With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emmett Selk? He has taken himself to the first to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I been convinced I was acting of my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. It is because they are no longer in the Source. The hero of the Scions has journeyed to the First, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scion's return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective. Of both of our objectives. Through Heidelin's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path. One which will never see man reclaim his true form. This unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. The hour is come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that is yours and yours alone for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear. Do you not wear the mummer's motley well? I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this first are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos. Or would you rather I called you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos Galvus. I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets, or my flesh, I care not which you give me first. The choice is yours. Oh god, now there's two of them. That was a cool looking mount. It's fine! Worry not, my friend. I am quite well. Let us ask Master Chai where things stand with the Talus. Hi, Julia. The Exarch is back, thank heavens! And it seems the sea breeze did him a world of good. I do hope you managed to get a spot of rest as well. Oh yeah, sure. I get the Aether Current! We get to fly! Look up. Oh, 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 oh. Looking up. I can see that. But did you have something else in mind? Lala fell and died. What are you guys doing? Other side? What other side? Ah, hi! Oh my god. Alright. Extinguishing the last light. Judging by the portentous look in his eye, Shy Nuz has something important to tell you. Right. So, while the two of you were away, I received word that everything is in place, meaning we can proceed with awakening the Talus. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry out its designated function, namely, taking Mount Gulg in its grasp. Hardest boss in this game is inventory management. Dude, especially if you do crafting, as in all of it, like all the crafting jobs. If you have all the crafting jobs, all the battle jobs, and you only have 2 retainers, then yes, the hardest boss in the game is inventory management. Cat, we may be certain that Vothri will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our paths are set in motion, there will be no turning back. Hello, my love! Welcome home! This is why I have extra retainers. I'm an Omni crafter. Me too! Hi, Grimmisaurus, how you doing? Aw, hi. So see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I will give the order to proceed as soon as you are ready. Two retainer life. I know, I have 2 retainers as well. Not gonna lie, I've been kind of thinking, should I have a 3rd one? I mean, adding 1 wouldn't be so bad. Just adding 1, that could help out a lot, but I'm managing all the battle jobs and the crafters, and it's pain. But you know, so is this game. Don't do it, it's a trap. Oh no. Yeah. I'm like, what's funny is I started this game with the free trial, obviously. And while you're in the free trial, you can't have retainers at all. I started crafting during the free trial. Do you know how hard the inventory management is when you have no retainers and you're an Omni crafter? And can't buy stuff. Oh yeah, you can't use the market board either. I mean, I very rarely buy anything from the market board. I like to, like, I like to get everything myself. If there's a way for me to get everything by myself, I will get everything by myself. It's very rare that I buy anything from the market board. Can't imagine doing all the crafting quests without market board. Well, I've done that. I don't think I've used market board. Look at that beautiful face. That's why I'm poor. That's why I have 9 million. Alright. Give the word, and I will relay the order to awaken the Talus. Engage! Very well, let us begin.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vorthree, mountain and all.
Here it comes!
That's a big ass dude. Truly.
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger! you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Vor3 marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Hello!
Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Summon us in times of need, we expressly said. Yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we play folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to her aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with her? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
That's a path. Thank you, Theo.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Hi, Giggern, how you doing? Whoosh! Alright, what the heck happened in my chat? Trial roulette. Okay. What shall I level? Wait, what level is the trial roulette? Level 50. What do I want to level? Bard? Do I remember how to bard? I don't remember how to bard. Press buttons. Should I go with bard? Or should I do my dragoon? I should level my dragoon. Because of my retainers. You know what? I'm gonna go in as a dragoon. For the roulette. Dragoons stand in AoE die. Shush! Alright. Yes, we're doing a roulette because one of us needs a little bit of XP to pick up the quest. Well, I've not done this in a while. Wait, how does Dragoon work? It's been a while. Oh, right, now I'm starting to remember. Do these. Oh, the music. Maida, what happened to you? Did you get yourself killed? Newt? Oh gosh. I don't remember this fight. Like, I remember this fight, I just don't remember this mechanically, this fight. I can't be reading chat when I'm Thank you so much for the follow. Hi Omega, how you doing? We are doing a quick roulette before continuing with MSQ. Oh. Good to go. Why do I feel like it's been forever since I've been a Dragoon? Because it has? I don't remember how to Dragoon. Ouchie. Whoosh. That's a big ass dragon. I'm missing a button. Oh, there it is. I've put it there. My rangy button. I have it there. Just trying to look for it. Couldn't find it. Yay! Did you get there? New party lineup. Now I'm gonna be a dancer. Wait, did I get... Oh. Ooh, I'm not missing a lot from getting my Dragoon to 80. That's cool. Alright, so, speak with Ishtola. Up there. Hiya! I'm gonna go continue NSQ. You can fly now? I haven't finished the quest yet, so no, I can't. Dragoons are fun little high flyers. My warrior is 83, almost slowly getting to 90. I really want to level up my warrior. It's at 45 right now. I should really level it up because I really love it. How's it hanging? Not the pun. Of course the pun. Look who you're talking to. Always the pun. Everyone is here. Good. The Talus has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vothri's sanctuary. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yalm, of course. But we will carve a path through their ranks and meet with their master regardless. For the first. Last one there's a rotten egg. Let's go for it. Puns are the best. See? You get me. I know Mido wants in anyone else. Finnish Slowpoke was saying that he wants in a while back before you got here. I think he was the first one to say, if I remember correctly. But while you figure out the party thing, I am gonna go have a quick bio break. I'll be right back. I'll just go pee. I'll be right back. What shall I do here? I shall do Moogle Dance for the good vibes. I'll be right back. have you guys been doing? Got it. Nothing, not plotting. I leave the room for 2 seconds and chaos happens. Background music 100. You don't have to tell me that. I always keep it at 100. I'm gonna show you. Everything is already 100. It's always there. Because when do we not get good music? Chat was able to talk about some stuff coming up without spoiling you. It was actually a very good thing that we were able to without spoiling. Okay, got it. Have you read my message? What about the music? That's really cool. Oh, I'm ready. You love the dwarf music? You'll love this. Oh, I love the dwarf music. It is so good. I just unlocked them and started them. Damn, the music is good. It's so good. Did you read dungeon description? No, I did not. I've been busy. Give me a sec. There we go. Toppled from his seat of power, Vothri, the final Light Warden, has fled to Mount Gulg, whose fiery summit now hangs in the firmament beyond his enemy's reach. However, with the aid of the myriad peoples of Norrand, you succeed in building a gigantic palace that rises to take the volcano in its grasp. Using the golem's rocky body as a bridge, you begin the arduous ascent to your quarry's newly built paradise, there to put an end to the tyranny of light. Lalio. It came from this dungeon. Somehow I can't imagine like this vibe that we have right now going into a dungeon and having the dwarf music. Like I can't imagine that in my head, but we'll see. Here we go. The dungeon is us running in the back of a talus. Trolley! Hello, you're a dragoon. You're gonna be my dance partner. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Oh. Let me see if I can focus a little bit now. reach. Oof. That is messy. Music again. What I appreciate in that battle is that that mechanic was repeated enough for me to pick it up. Like it wasn't just once, it happened multiple times so that I could, you know, see better. If that makes sense. Because that is not always a given. No, that one. Sorry.
I will not suffer it!
Oh. Can I reach them from here? No. The dancer brain is like, how can I be in the middle of everything and still avoid every AoE? I need to be in the middle to be able to hit. They use a lot of those demon wall things. Ooh, this is cool looking. what is a safe space here? Nothing. So close! I almost survived that. I almost survived that. Lasted longer than me. You were really close. I know. I had a few heals left.
Righteousness! And righteousness will prevail!
Oh, sorry.
Can't you do anything by yourself?
This is a cool looking dungeon. Castle so gorgeous. Yes.
Very well. If you will not be discouraged.
Oh, oh, hello. Hi. Ooh, okay. Ouchie. Sort of soon. Okay. All right. Whoa! That flashed really quickly. What? Now there's many of them. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Okay. This I don't quite understand. Whoa, that I do understand. Oh! That's too fast. Just a sec. There's no... Okay. No shortcut? What did you do? I saw nothing. Best wipes are wipes below 1%. Ah. Alright.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
How are you supposed to get to those? Like, oh god. Want some help? I'm not gonna have time to read during this anyway, so it's not gonna actually help. After the fight, though. Yay! Whew. The quick AoE that was getting you. You wanted to stand just outside the AoE that was under the boss. That was the safe spot. Oh, okay. Also, when there were multiple copies of the boss, the only real one was the one with the light aura. One of them had a light aura? See, these are the things that I do not notice in the chaos. Alright. Yeah, one had halos. Okay. And does that Blue's comment on the just outside the AoE that was under the boss, does it have to be the right one then? Oh. Okay, now I see. Okay. Got it. Next time I'll be better. The glowing halos were only present on the real one. The real one had the rings with the fast AoE, so you had to be next to the real one. Yeah, okay. Got it. Got it. Cutscene time! I think. I assume. Yes.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthri's hiding place.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads? By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught but ceaseless conflict. Had you only trusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my...
I can't focus on the text when it's coming out like that.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us, that we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent words. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Shinita both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vorthree. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
On to the next one. This place is so cool looking. Panic music. I can read about the next thing. I'm assuming that's gonna be, yep, that's gonna be a trial. No. Goody. Traversing the body of the giant Talus, born of the collective hopes of the realm's peoples, you have carved a path to Vorthree's sanctuary. There, you corner the unrepentant Vorthree, who declares his intent to expunge you and rule over creation as an immaculate being. At struggle's end, will man live a waking dream in a false paradise, or will he live a painful existence in a harsh reality, yet be free to follow his own heart? Beneath the blazing sky, the battle for the fate of the world will unfold. You're at the peak of Mount Gulg? Yes! This is so cool. So pretty! Good. Hello. Got some better stuffs. Oh, but if I equip them, then I'm gonna be off. Fudge. Oh, that sucks, but it is better though. How bad is this arm situation? Not as bad as I thought. Not as bad as I thought, because they actually... Okay, I can deal with this for one fight. But I want my... I know these technically are probably the same set, but I want the previous ones back. But they are kind of cute. You know what? It'll be fine for now. It seems that you have overflowing armory. Don't get me started. Hello. Welcome on in, everyone. It's a party. Thank you again, Blue, for organizing all of this. It makes my life so easy. Insanity is the name of the next fight music? Well, that's fitting. Blue, do you want to spend the rest of the day on this fight? Yes, I do. I know how much Blue wants that. Up to you, Kat. You have the final call. Is it okay with everyone else? I've never done that before. We can try. Hi, Japan Hobbyist. Yes, you did miss the dungeon, but not the trial. Which apparently we're gonna do hard mode in. I'm gonna regret saying yes to this, aren't I? Try to keep me alive. It was pretty cool when it grabbed Monk while right? Yes.
One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
Oh my god. I am not ready for this. Oh, I changed my gear. My portrait needs to be fixed. Alright. Great. So this is gonna take a while. You became pretty! That's gorgeous. Which, again, wrong button. Okay. Whoa. So pretty. So ouchy. I know my place. It's here. Shit. Wrong button. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So by the time I realized what was happening, I was in a place where I couldn't get out of. Ah. It's always in the middle of my dance things when I miss stuff that happened on the screen because I have to focus on my hotbars. Alright. Oh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining. That was fun. Aww. Love you too. That's a gorgeous dress. Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Aww. Oh my god, that is so cool. Your weapon is so cool. That is gorgeous. Cat minimum idol level is fine. It was fine. Midnight level makes fights more challenging and more fun. That was fun. That was a good experience. I loved it. That's the warrior's anima relic? Oh. Got the Dark Knight too? Oh, that's nice. Ah. Oh my god. That was fun! Alright, shall we continue? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm still here. I want to talk to everyone. With your powers, you could have done so much good. Well, it looks like we missed it all yet again. We've secured an escape route. Do what you must. A dramatic transformation, the result of the Sin Eater within emerging to claim dominance, I assume. There lieth the last of the light. Is that Vothri? I see. It's finally over then. Now night will return to all of Norvrend, bringing salvation to both of our two worlds. Upon speaking with Reen, several... Oh! It's a movie time warning. Let me go grab a banana. The game is telling me, you want to eat? Now's the time. Gotta grab that one, even though I like the fairy axe a lot. Oh my god. I want the fairy dancer weapons. And I'm working on them. I'm working on them. I'm working on my crafters right now to get my crafters to the point where I could be working on them, but I am. It is the goal. Grab your popcorn. Oh my gosh. Okay. Don't know if I'm gonna regret saying this later on, but Blue, I'm okay with doing battles like that moving forward, if we can find a party who's also okay with it. Now let's see how long it takes for me to regret that decision. Because that was fun. So that, if we can, minimum item level from now on. Yes. If we find a party that's okay with it. Alright. Upon speaking with Reed, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Should you leave the area, you may return here by speaking with the sentry posted at the entrance to Mount Gulg. And this gives me flying. There's nothing wrong with mine, is what fights are designed around. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. And I am all for it, doing them that way in the future. Whoosh. If you guys don't mind wiping every now and then.
Why am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains. Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. I am a god. That is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me, worshipped me.
You look so different now.
I should be the one looking down at you. Help me. Damn you. I am your god.
Almost feel bad for him here. Almost. Alright, how is this gonna go?
Look! The sky!
Here we go.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground.
Four mermaids.
Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign. But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Amazing. Before my Vorthri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line should be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Are you all right? Say something! "12 for Fend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part. Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you. Let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
I need a moment. Let me catch up with chat in the meantime. Hi, Melodic Blue. What a time to come into chat. Truly. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. And this is why Crystal Tower is now mandatory. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This reveal makes no sense without it. Yeah, absolutely. It hurts me to think how poor Graha felt when all those wolves who never did Crystal Tower showed up. And we're like, wait, who is this dude? I'm glad it's now required. Me too. Hello, El Hudson. How you doing? Hell of a time for new friends to show up in chat. True. I don't know why I never even thought about the Exarch being someone that we already knew. Like, obviously I thought there was a reason why he hid his face, but I didn't think that it would reveal that he's someone that we already knew. I thought it would reveal something else. I don't know what, but just something else. Alright, great. Now I have had a little bit of time to process so that I can take in more.
My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri. Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? you were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
That's not good.
You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a sin eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into sin eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you, but before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Oh, the irony. What fourth we achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero. Exarch! I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you.
No.
When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell. Eat.
Emma is such a bastard, I love him. So funny thing, that solo instance with the Exarch and the dwarf guy. Oh, right, yes. The fights in that solo instance had music from the Crystal Tower. Wait, they did? Oh my god. I should do my roulettes more, because I don't remember which music is from where. I didn't remember what his name was, so I just called out his name without remembering what it was. Oh no. It's Catboy. I argued with my friend from the moment I arrived in the first that it was Graha. She challenged me on his ears and tail, and I was like, well, not all hats hoods have ear pockets. And there's enough fabric in that robe to hide the tail, I think. Wow. So you caught it right from the start? Had fun today. Thanks for the stream. Gonna continue playing Tales of Arise. Okay, have fun, Maida. To be honest, I didn't know it had CT music in that solo instance until this playthrough. Oh. When you had to go find the Exarch after he'd wandered off in Calusia and he's sleeping, as he wakes he murmurs, "The future is where my destiny awaits," which is one of the last things he says to you before the doors close behind him in the Crystal Tower. No, now I want to go back and see that scene. Oh my gosh. What happened?
After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable. You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrad is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. Now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you. If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
I get to fly. Almost done with leveling crafting, just blacksmith and alchemist to go. Nice! Aww! Hi. You look like you again. Hi! I have a gift for you? Wait. No! 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 Not again! You're making this so hard for me. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not going to take it, but thank you so much because I want to craft them myself. I am so excited to grind and work on it myself, to get myself to craft them myself. I want to do that, and I already have the token for it, and I will do it myself. But thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. But I want to craft it myself. Oh, you don't know how much I want to say yes to that. You don't know how much I want to have them already, but I want to craft them myself. Dancing wing. Yeah, I have that. I have that already, but yeah, I want to craft it myself. It's just, it's gonna feel, because I want that weapon so badly, but it's gonna feel 10 times better if I can craft it myself. It is Kat's desired endgame weapon. That it is, and for that reason, I want to be able to make it myself. Because it's a lot more earned that way. It's the axe that Kat was all about? Wait, which one? Ooh. Oh, wow. That is cool looking. Well, you can have that in like different colors. How many different colors do you have of that? Two. Okay. Oh. I love the blue one. The last two stages are different colors. Oh. Ooh, that's pretty. Hmm. That is massive. That's so much. The weapon is so much bigger than me. Oh gosh. Weapon demonstration. Ooh. It's got a head. That's kind of cool. I love the glowy ones. We're showing off weapons now. Apparently so. Oh, that's a cool one. Love the color on that one. The color on this one is so cool. Well, both of them, but in a different way. Oh. Oh. Dark Knight Heavensward Relic weapon, my first one. So a while back I started working on the one for Dragoon, but I've been busy with other stuff, so I haven't really worked on that in a while. Oh yeah, those. I will craft you guys. I will craft you guys myself. Did you start ARR Relic or Heavensward? Heavensward. For Dragoon, the one with the wings and the... It's pretty. That is shiny. Oh. It is gorgeous. I love the dancer ones and the bard one. Those are so cool. Hi, Love Shine. How you doing? How do you like Valkyrie? He became pretty. Wait, those weapons are craftable? Oh, those are. Oh, yes, this one. Oh, I love this one. This is pretty. This is pretty, 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 pretty. So pretty. That's another one that I'm gonna wanna make at some point when I get my... Oh, hello. Bye. Oh wow, that is beautiful. Which one is that? That's pretty. That's the halfway one from Shadowbringers. Oh, that is so beautiful. I love all the leaves and stuffs. Super easy to get, like step 2 of the Shadowbringers book. Ooh, okay. I'll keep that in mind if I ever, when I eventually level up. Level up that one. I'm on an ace, I can't show you mine. I have a lot of Heavensward relics and working on 4 Shadowbringer relics right now. Oh, nice. Alright, shall we continue? Reassuring the masses, the manager of Sweets seems surprised to see you up and about. Hey, welcome! It's a craftable from a trial, but Kat hasn't seen the trial yet. Oh, okay. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has... well, I'm sure you've seen it. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. Aww, people are worried. Let's go talk to them so that they don't have to worry. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked, why, what is this world coming to? But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Jessamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Most relic grinds I don't think are too bad, at least if you're working on one of them. For the Shadowbringer ones, it's easier if you work on multiple at the same time. Oh! The ARR relic grind is, I find, super annoying. I finished one ARR relic and I love it, but never again. Aww. Oh. Okay. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagiric's chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grow ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse at exhaustion. Ah, and our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. I did even 2 AR relics, and I threw one away because I thought I can get replicas. Turned out when you throw it away, you don't get a replica. So I did it for nothing and have to redo it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That is painful. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. For 6 months? That is insane. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. My friend's done all the ARR relics? Wow. That's a lot. There's so much to do in this game, and I say that in a good way. I'm never gonna run out of things to do. Morin, where is Morin? Cabinet of Curiosity. Higher up. Hello. Confound it. This says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Kat, it is truly you and not some figment of my imagination. Oh, but this is wonderful. It would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Katniss, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparation for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. As someone that has 19,000 hours, you will? Well, I only have 1,000. Well, more than that, but yeah, less than 2. I cannot emphasize enough how much I am looking forward to the normal raid for after Shadowbringers. No spoilers, but it was the raid I was looking forward to most for the raids I skipped on today. We're getting there soon. We're getting there soon. I think the bot is drunk. I know that they were doing some maintenance stuff today, so if there has been any, like if it hasn't been working in a while, or if there's some weirdness, it's probably because of that. Because I did get an email warning that they're doing maintenance today. Thanks, Stream Elements. Appreciate the hype. Yeah. Yeah, they might be a little weird today. But I think it has been working, at least for the most part. Crystalline mean. I see. Oh yes, I've got stuffs to do here as well. Working on it. Cat, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that? The friends you've made in the facets have been talking with me, wondering what they could do to help. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. I love the crystalline mean quest so much. They've been cute. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It would be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials. It wouldn't be impossible, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Greetings, Glenard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. Ah, and by genius you mean old Grenold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're probably well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to see you. I see. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. In his garden. Katniss looks at you with a concerned eye. Kat, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Ah, or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Oh, take a moment to feel the wind upon your face. Oh, I love that. What way is the easiest way? Wait, where is that? Looks like it's at the end of that thing, but it... Oh, it's that thing. I see. Whee! Ouchie. Splashy splash. The Amaro was drinking that water and I came in there with my dirty boots and just ruined the water. I'm so sorry. Destination. Oh my god. This is a place to look at this. Oh, pretty. So pretty. Sightseeing log point? Where? Look down. Oh! Oh! Oh, that is never gonna happen. I mean, that is one day gonna happen, but it's... Good job! You almost got it. Again, my completionist heart will want to do everything at some point, so one day I'm gonna be swearing a lot because I have no platforming skills. But I'm still mostly worried about that damn tower in Kugane. Just walk off backwards. Oh, that's an idea. I just have to change the movement type. Alright, I'm gonna go to my destination here.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Hello, Artbird. Long time no see.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
The secrecy is worse. I'd rather people knew. I still can't believe it's coming from me. It's all such a mess.
If you're thinking of coming clean, don't. It might make you feel better, but it would make things 100 times worse for them.
I know.
They're better off not knowing. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. That doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought, what happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
I love him.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Okay.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, "Because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived." Should have tried for the sightseeing log, Cat. Well, I will get to it eventually. Whew. Cat, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensor's Gate. So, Cabinet of Curiosity. Up we go again. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his story, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes of birds fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Oh, but we know. Hello, my love. Oh, hello. Yeah, sure. Did I just hear you jump down? Fancy flying mount? What level do you get to fly? In which expansion? And in which area? So I'm level 30 as a gladiator, and they're talking about paladin. Is it normal progression or is it optional? That is normal progression. Gladiator becomes the paladin at level 30. Yeah, I'll go talk to that guy then. Yes, absolutely. Do that. MagiKat, I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him, and so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. I get to go there? He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Kat, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Oh my god, Loveshine, what? I'm leveling Scholar and purposely not unlocking Summoner just so I can take a screenshot and send it to my friend so he can just lose his shit in rage. I love that. He's gonna be so mad. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Leveled up. The unbroken thread. Lena urges you to follow her. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Oh my god. Head to the ocular. Let's go. Mistress Cat, the captain said to expect you. Look at that, a different text. Alright, movie time. Are you gonna talk or are you gonna make me talk? Seems like you could
I have
talk.
unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter.
Thank you.
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, Those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th Umbral Calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
Thank you so much for the follow.
And by means of such technologies didst thou affect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. But thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again, and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Nymphylia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do? We should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
I love this game so much. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest. That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. You require an Amaro? Just a moment and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. To open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... I can't wait a second.
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I love Urianger. I forgive you. Let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well!
But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
I love all of these
We will
characters.
go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Defend the Crystarium until we return. Leave it to us. We'll see the Exarch home safe and sound. All of them? Alright. Hello. Whew. So is this, hello? Camp Bronze Lake? Follow? Bronze Lake? What's here? What are you doing? I have no idea what's going on. Oh! Now I know what's going on. It's the new area. This is so cool. Hi. Cat hasn't been down here. No, I haven't. I haven't. Why did they add this here? I mean, I'm glad they did. Was there like a deeper reason why? Oh, hello. How long do you intend to stream today? Oh shit, it's getting kind of late actually. Not a whole lot actually. Best place to farm the new Aether's Head? Oh, nice. You can spearfish here. Ah, okay. What I find coolest is that this was apparently done on devs' downtime. What? Devs said they wanted to add it, but Yoshi V said they couldn't do this on normal time, so they did this on their own. No! That's so cool! Oh my god. So this was just a passion project for them. They want to add more? I love that. Talk about devs who care. Exactly. That's incredible. A lot of little stuff like this was devs volunteering to do stuff like this on the side. Yoshi P wants to focus on new content, but they are allowed to keep doing this on their own. Aww, that's awesome. Next stretch of MSQ could probably be divided into 2 to 3 streams, depending on how long you intend to go each time. My normal streaming time is usually around 4 to 5 hours. Around that time, trying to find a good stopping point. And I've been here now for 4.5 hours, so we are actually at a good stopping point right now. So, I don't know, wait, is this one? We're at level 79. there's not a whole lot left. Next stream is going to be on Monday. I wonder how far we're going to get then. To be honest, I think now is a good stopping point unless you want to keep going. There is a good one up soon as well. This is arguably the last good stopping point of Shadowbringers. I think this is actually a good stopping point, since we did take a break from the MSQ now anyways to come here, and I think once we move forward, I'm not gonna want to stop. If I normally stream around 4 to 5 hours, do you guys think I can beat the core Shadowbringers next stream? I mean, to be fair, usually when it's the end of like a core game, we've gone a little bit longer usually. Like, it's not uncommon for us to then have like a 6 to even 7 hour stream. But normally I keep it to 4 to 5. I think it takes like 7 to 8 hours more. What? Oh, it's gonna take the entire next week. All you in chat are amazing, by the way. You make these streams so much more fun. I agree with that 110%. From this point to end of 5.0 is like 7 hours. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot more than I thought there was. So these last quests just take a lot longer. Okay. What video? Blue? It's just 1 minute long. What does it have to deal with? Like, what is it about? I messaged you on Discord. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff here. What? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. I see. I see. I see. I see. All right. Wait, can I do this when I'm mounted on a... Seems like I can. All right. I'm gonna go get myself to the inn. Show stream if you can and want to, no forcing you. We can watch that. Let me just get to the inn room. Hi Groten, how are you doing? You had a 13-hour stream with Endwalker? Oh my god. I don't think I can pull that. Like, I get tired and hungry and just... Oh. That's a lot. Alright. Let me put this sound like that for a sec, and let me find the video. Just no. Give me a sec. Shit. Oh my gosh. Hang on, let me get rid of this real quick. Yes. Alright, I think it's ready there. Whew. Okay, let's see. I think I should still have a scene here somewhere that will let you see this one, maybe? Yeah, that seems about right. I don't seem about right though, but you are a little bit weird looking. You need to be like this a little bit more. That's better. Now we're good. You are welcome, chat. Is this what I think it is? I don't know what you think it is. It is a skit about the Exarch reveal scene from Shadowbringers. That is the title. All right, is everyone ready? I hope there's enough audio, because I have to keep the audio so low because the game is so loud. All right, we ready? Let's go.
journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Farewell, my inspiration.
My back! Only those who possess the royal eye.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Oh, no. Don't start showing. Oh, hello. That's not what we want. There we go. Oh my god. Emmett is the best. Oh. Thancred and Reen just having popcorn. The person making those videos is a genius. The best part is I can 100% see him making all those faces and actions. Let me put this back here. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I am getting tired and hungry, so I think we're gonna call it here. Next stream will be on Monday. It's Wednesday today, right? Yeah. Next stream will be on Monday. Same place, same time. We're gonna be continuing with MSQ. We'll see how far we get. Glad I was able to catch some of your stream. Aw, thanks for being here, Love Shine. I really appreciate it. So yeah, anyways, thank you everyone for joining me here today and playing with me. I had so much fun. I hope you guys had too. And if you're not on Discord yet, make sure to join. I think Blue linked the links here a while back, but I think they're all drowned in there now. Can you put them again? I can put them as well. No! Now it stopped working! No, it works. Okay. Because Stream Elements has been doing some maintenance today, so I was like, no, did they now stop working? No. Okay, so all the links are in the chat now, so come join us on Discord, and if there are any other channels you would want to follow, go follow them as well, and I will see you all later. Bye!